With regard to item 102, do we have any modifications of the agenda by the board? Seeing none, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Motion.
There's a motion by
Second.
Board Member Chavez, second by Vice President Pham.
Excuse me, Board President, I just wanna, on the very end, the very last item of the agenda, on the next meeting, there's a typo. I just wanna make sure that for memorialize, recording purposes.
Yeah.
Our next regular board meeting is going to be December 15, 2027.
All right, Board Member Chavez, you want to amend your motion to read December 5th
I amended
to accept?
my motion to accept the
Yeah.
meeting minutes with the change of the December 15th.
All right, and there's not the meeting minutes, it's the next meeting.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
meeting
Yes.
minutes. All
Thank
right,
you.
the seconder concurs?
Yes.
Yes, all right, if there's no further comments, I'll go ahead and call for comments from the public.
There are no current requests for public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, if there's no further comments from members of the board, I'll go ahead and call for a vote as I see you. Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Vice President Pham,
Aye.
Board Clerk Herrera,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano,
Aye.
myself, we're united, motion passed unanimously. All right, or the agenda is adopted as amended. All right, at this point, we'll go ahead and move forward with item number 1.03, which is an explanation. Any person may address the board on any item on the meeting agenda. Persons who wish to speak on an item.
Do we have the pledge of allegiance there?
You know what? Yeah, thank you. I jumped a couple of things here, so thank you for reminding me. Second, Manuela, just wanted to make sure that we recognize that Board Member Bejarano has joined us. Were you able to note that in the minutes or in the?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. All right, so we've done roll call. Let's do the land acknowledgement. And the Board of Trustees of the Alum Rocky Elementary School District does hereby acknowledge that the district schools and facilities sit on the traditional lands of the Muwekma Ohlone people. And the Board of Trustees further acknowledges with respect and reverence the Muwekma Ohlone people tribe of San Francisco Bay Area for their stewardship in these lands. All right, we'll proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
I pledge
to
allegiance
the flag
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. All right, moving on to item 1.03. Any person may address the board on any item on the meeting agenda. Persons who wish to speak on an item on the agenda will have the opportunity to do so when the agenda item is introduced and presented during the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on this agenda, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom. As described above, when the agenda item is called, there's a limit of 2 minutes for each speaker. The board has a right to limit total public comment on any agenda item to no more than 20 minutes. Persons who wish to speak to the board about a matter within the jurisdiction of the district but not on the agenda will have an opportunity to speak during item 2.01 on this agenda as stated below. All right, moving on to item 2.01, members of the public wishing to speak, please indicate by raising your hand.
There is a request for a public comment from Sandra Rivera. Sandra, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to talk and the timer will start once you start talking.
Good evening, members of the board, Alum Rock community and Superintendent Bauer. My name is Sandra Rivera and I am a TK teacher at Chavez Elementary School. I'm coming to you tonight to ask for two things. The first thing is this year has been the most challenging year that I have ever experienced in the 17 years in my district. With COVID happening and the children's social emotional needs getting aimed in different directions, it's very important that we keep our class sizes smaller. This year, I have a few students who are in the special ed program in my classroom, and I'm being told that I might have a couple of more children being added to my case into my classroom. But the problem that I'm seeing is that these students are more and more difficult and are not creating a learning environment that is conducive to everybody. But because of the fact that so many of our other classrooms have been collapsed and that there is no room for the students anywhere else, all of the overflow students are coming to my room. This is not fair to all of the students that are here. The second request that I have is I turned in a timesheet back in last time period, but it wasn't addressed, even though I got emails back and forth telling me that to fill out my timesheet this way and asking me why I was charging it a certain way. I did not get paid for it on this November timesheet when I should have been. And so if we could do something to speed up the process on when we turn in our timesheets on time and how long administration has to approve them and report them. Thank you.
Mr. President, there are no more requests for public comment.
All right. Go ahead and move on to 3.01. Alum Rock Administrators Association. Do we have anybody here to speak on behalf of ARAA?
There is a request for public comment from Maria Martinez.
All right, if you're here for ARAA, please, the floor is yours.
Maria, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. This is Maria Martinez here for ARAA tonight. And I want to say good evening to our board, Dr. Bauer and staff. I am a principal on special assignment supporting academic services, and I'm also the past president of the Alum Rock Administrators Association. It is a privilege to speak tonight to represent a group of vibrant educators and administrators who work tremendously hard in service to our schools and community. There are exciting developments taking place across Alum Rock, and our administrators continue to work to serve their respective sites or departments. At the Cesar Chavez Early Learning Center, they had a parade on Halloween, and the children paraded through 6 different departments on campus. The wonderful people in the department were dressed up and gave out treats, and a few adults wished they had brought along a bag just to trick or treat with them. The office staff was painted and really needed a facelift, and so that's another thing that happened at the Early Learning Center. They have a painted office, and the children have lunch together, and they choose where they want to sit. And it's great to see them laughing and having conversations and occasionally taking a bite of food. And they are just playing in both the kinder areas, and it is just really rewarding to see how happy they are. And it's going to be great to have toddlers and babies on campus. And the collaboration between the district school and Kidango has been very, very rewarding. At Curitan also had a Halloween parade and fall festival on October 31st, and it was wonderful for parents to join for these fun and exciting events. They're going to have a walkathon on November 16th, and students and staff are going to wear their activewear and walk the blacktop. Over at Lindale, they had a beautiful beautification day, and That happened in October, and they also have a new mural on the cafeteria side promoting school values. They had a great Halloween parade, and Lindale will also have a new piano lab with 34 keyboards and built-in speakers. And this is from a generous donation from Friends of Lindale. And those classes are going to start in December. And Lowe's and Fishes delivers 300 plus freshly prepared meals and pantry and deli items every Friday to Lindale families. Over at Painter Elementary, Science from Scientists kicks off with the new science partners on November 16th. They met with teachers last week to map out investigations and labs to implement, and this partnership is layered upon the in-person training with lab investigations. And also on October 31st, students were able to celebrate the fall harvest for the Harvest Festival Costume Parade. And this was something that parents could take a part in by watching their students. And students and families came together on October 14th for Painter's first school-wide assembly since before the pandemic to celebrate the overlap of Hispanic American Heritage Month and Filipino American Heritage Month. Little Heroes at Painter has launched an interscholastic soccer season and has implemented leadership incentives. And teachers are planning their fall science lessons under guidance from the county science coordinator. At Russo McIntee Academy, they celebrated Halloween with the school doing a parade and with music. And then they walked over to the district office where the TK Kinder and SDC classes came to trick or treat, and the students and parents walked through all of the departments and had a great time. And Russo McIntee is also celebrating Harvest Festival with the community today from 5 to 7 with games, food, and resources for all. Going to our middle schools, Ocala STEAM Academy had a great visit from various site administrators from different schools in the Infield network. And this visit was for site administrators to discuss how the school models the district's first indicator of Fab 5 to Thrive, the ARUSD classroom component in which all students can thrive and be in a safe and welcoming environment. Ocala STEAM Academy also had the honor of a visit from Dr. Bauer and Trustee Pham. And Trustee Pham even got to spin the house wheel and was placed in House Mahan. And students and adults in House Mahan are said to be noble, wise, and patient. And they look forward to having other trustees visit and spin on their house wheel to find out which house they belong in. And finally, Ocala had an awesome turnout for their back to school Hallow STEAM night. Students and their families engaged in various STEAM activities with their families and teachers and are looking forward to seeing you all at the signature event STEAM night in the spring. And going to Aptitude Academy, they are excited to kick off Project Cornerstone, and this is called Expect Respect, and they're going to train up to 30 youth leaders to advocate and lead change initiatives on campus. And looking at the different departments within the Alum Rock Administrators Association, in Student Services coordinated the 9th annual Parent University at Shepherd Middle School. And that happened on Saturday, the 29th of October. 320 parents were in attendance and 201 students. And parents attended excellent workshops, and kids participated in a kids camp where they were able to paint their own pumpkins. And parents were also able to participate in a resource fair where they had over 20 outside community organizations tabling. Academic Services has completed initial LPAC testing, hooray, hooray, and we are currently in the process of reclassifying students. In the month of October, approximately 50 missions were completed in our Alum Rock professional development platform, Thrive. Some completed Thrive Basics to learn the tool, while the majority of teachers completed the Thrive Flowcabulary Mission, which is a standards-based creative approach to teaching and learning vocabulary through music. And Digital Citizenship Week was celebrated the week of October 14th with posters and pledges at middle schools, as well as district-wide resources to support teachers with intentional lessons featuring cybersecurity and understanding digital footprints. And looking forward to the first week of December, our academic services team will lead our second round of in-field networks for schools with common foci to celebrate and collaborate around best aligned practices focused on safe and welcoming school environments and a team identified focus on either STEAM, literacy and biliteracy, or MTSS. That was definitely a mouthful, but it's great to see so many fantastic and amazing things happening in our district. So I want to thank you all for your time this evening, and we will check in next month. Thank you.
All right, moving on to Teamsters 3.02. Is anybody from Teamsters here to speak on?
I'm not sure they were able to make it tonight.
All right, I don't see anybody raising their hand. So at this point, we'll move on to CSEA. Anybody from CSEA?
Yes, Sharon Fontaine sends her greetings to the board, and she's unable to join tonight.
Okay, area. Jocelyn, are you here? All right.
Jocelyn's raising her hand.
Yes, Jocelyn, you're able to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I would like to congratulate those of you who survived this last election cycle and are on your way to the next term on the Alum Rock School Board. I understand that ballots are still being counted and that the results are still pending, but I have no doubt that you are all looking forward to a relaxing weekend without phone banking and/or precinct walking. It is certainly an exhausting time. I would like to thank all of the area members who volunteered your time to campaign on behalf of the candidates who we supported to make the best decisions for Alum Rock School District moving forward. I would also like to give a special shout out to our very own Maimona Afzal-Berta, who is on her way to represent us on the Santa Clara County School Board of Trustees, District 6. Having worked alongside of her on the area executive board for many years, and to proudly call her my friend, I know we couldn't have a brighter, more qualified person to make the important decisions at the county school board level. After the last couple of years of virtual school site meetings with the area members, it has been really exciting to be back to on-site visits and reconnecting in real life. I've had the chance to visit more than half of our sites so far. And aside from seeing and hearing about all the great things taking place, as Maria Martinez pointed out to you, I have also felt some very common, widely felt concerns surfacing across the sites. We still have the ongoing issue of lack of substitutes, which impacts the other classrooms when the students are divided up. Excuse me, we're also still short paras and subs for paras. Of course, both of those issues end up placing a greater burden on the classroom teachers when they have less help, more students, and have to give up their prep times to cover other classes. However, I think one of the most significant concerns I have heard from almost every school is the increase in poor student behavior and the lack of respect for rules and people. It seems that this is directly related to the COVID years, but we must have procedures and resources in place to deal with the increase in the severity of poor behavior. While I don't profess to have the answers, I am here to draw your awareness to these problems, because unless we deal with this issue, we will continue to lose more teachers from our district. I know of at least 4 teachers who have quit the district since the beginning of the school year. Unfortunately, I am aware of several more who are considering it. Hopefully, if we can get a handle on some of these issues, we can alleviate some of the stress on our teachers and work to retain them. On the eve of Veterans Day, I want to personally thank each and every veteran who has served or is serving to protect the democracy of our country. I know it's a very difficult position. Thank you.
All right, item 3.05, Superintendent.
I want to echo Jocelyn's sentiment, and I want to thank the veterans. Thank you for your service and for helping us have a more robust democracy and freedom in this land. Thank you for that. I also want to thank our community for supporting the district's Measure S. That's going to be giving our workforce a huge opportunity to be able to be with us and work with us and raise families with us. So thank you, community, for that trust, for your support, for your district. And I'm looking forward to one day in the near future to be able to, all of us, cut that first ribbon and provide the first set of keys to the staff that are going to be enjoying and having the opportunity to have that. So thank you, community, for that. I also want to thank all of our students because as we go in and out of classrooms, I want to thank Trustee Pam because he has led the charge of visiting all the schools twice a year, and that has given me the opportunity, right, to be able to see almost every classroom in this district. And I really appreciate our students, the wonderful faces and the smiles and the great activities like the ones that we saw this morning, both at Renaissance at Matson and at San Antonio. Our students have a great opportunity to have wonderful teachers that are teaching them STEM lessons that are second to nobody. And finally, I want to thank those parents that have been signing up for our TIP training. We're going to have Project Cornerstone take the show on the virtual road, and we're going to be next Wednesday. We're going to be connecting with 220 parents. They're going to be part of a series of parent engagement, professional development. Once a month, we're going to be talking about different subjects, including brain development and how do we deal with our teenagers. The series of professional developments is called Take It Personally. And I thank every parent who has signed up for this opportunity. Thank you, Board President.
All right, moving on to item 3.06. Comments from the Board of Trustees. Is there any comments? Board Member Chavez.
I want to thank all the veterans who for many decades have been underappreciated but never forgotten. Thank you for all your service.
Further comments? Board Clerk Herrera Lora.
Thank you. I just want to start off by thanking each and every one of you for putting your name on the ballot to continue serving our district. I know ballots are still being counted, as Jocelyn mentioned. So either way, congratulations, because it takes a lot. It takes somebody that's brave to continue doing this work. So thank you. And along with that, I just wanted to highlight some of the activities in our community where I got to connect with our community. I was able to attend the Santa Clara County Fall Board Association dinner along with Dr. Bauer. It was good to be there and listen to students from our community. The SWAG, pretty cool name, team. It stands for Student Wellness Advisory Group. And it was just great to hear their input and their thoughts. And to me, as I've mentioned before, is important to incorporate our youth and continue to hear from them. Even though some of us, that are a little older or maybe a lot, I don't know. I like to consider a little bit for me. We're set sometimes in our ways. We're set in like how we do things. So it's great. I think it's always good to keep it fresh, listen to our youth and their needs, and maybe do things a little different sometimes. Maybe, not do things as we did when we first started whenever that was for, you know, whoever and wherever we're serving our district. So grateful for that and want to give them a shout out and their families. Also was able to attend the trunk or treat event at the Hillview Library. That's, you know, next to one of our schools, and see our staff and students and just engage and be so excited to participate in the you know, toss and the, you know, turning the wheels and just getting prizes and candy and checking out the cars, and seeing our firefighters out there. Really great event. So it was great to connect with our community out there. And then, you know, just the many other events, just thinking of Macario, you know, within our community. I know I saw some of my peers there. Thank you for attending. You know, the Dia de los Muertos events, you know, many community members came out. I saw many children smile and just remember their loved ones. Also, I want to congratulate each and every one of us in our community who exercised our vote, you know, who made sure that we spoke up on that ballot, and that passed, as Dr. Bauer mentioned, Measure S. You know, just so many, so much excitement, you know, that brings alone. And I know that we get to have many more conversations, as Dr. Bauer, you know, said, just envisioning that, cutting that red ribbon eventually. And I know it's going to take a lot of work still, but thank you, community, for making sure that you had your input in what happens within our district. And last but not least, I know that we're celebrating our American Indian Heritage Month this month. This weekend, there will be a big celebration within our community at Conexión, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I know some of us, you know, read about Indigenous people like we are a thing of the past, but we're actually living and thriving. There will be a big gathering. People from other countries actually will be coming in, are flying in as we speak. So great opportunity to bring your families. It will be at Conexión this tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So please make sure to go there. And along with that, just want to end again, as Jocelyn and Dr. Brower mentioned, and Trustee Chavez, thank you to all the veterans, thinking of my uncles, Jesse and Ernie, who served, and all the rest of the veterans that served and those that continue to serve. Thank you so much for doing for your service. And sometimes, you know, we can't thank you enough for the freedom that we get to live here within this city. Thank you.
Further comments from everyone? Board Vice President Fong?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, quite a lot has happened, but I want to start out, big thank you to first, all the veterans who have served and those who are serving. Your sacrifice makes our democracy possible. With if you did not, you know, our ability to vote this past Tuesday was made possible by your willingness to step up and defend those rights. So we certainly owe a debt of gratitude for what you do. I also want to, I know that, you know, echoing, though votes are still being counted, I want to thank the Alum Rock community for saying yes again, to saying yes to a brighter future, to saying yes to in time with the passage of Measure S to end the boom and bust cycle that Alum Rock has gone through since Alum Rock started. You know, our ability to put our resources to use to secure the future for our children tomorrow. So I'm very gratified that we're able to turn the page on the past and look forward to a brighter future for all of us going forward. I want to thank all my colleagues who put their name on the ballot this past Tuesday. This you know, we are a community-based school district, and every one of you, all 50,000 voters of Alum Rock, all 110,000 residents are the owners of this school district. So thank you thank you so much for taking the time to make your choice known and to let us know that Alum Rock is capable of great things, and we are back on track to doing great things once more. I tell you, it's been a busy month. As Dr. Bauer will attest, what is it? I have finished my second annual tour of Alum Rock. So since the last meeting was at Ocala, Adelante 1, Aptitude at Goss, Ryan, Adelante 2, Cassell, Dorsa, Hubbard, and this morning, Renaissance at Matson, the Chavez Early Learning Center, Lucha, and San Antonio, and so much going on in our schools, right? And at Ocala, it looks like I am an honorary member of House Mayhem. Thank you. But our kids are doing things that, I would not have imagined doing in junior high or even at, at the K-5 level. I got to see our wellness room in action at Goss, serving our kids, providing for their social and emotional well-being. The gardens at Ryan, to see the first 8th grade class at Adelante 2. Let's see here. A smart classroom in action in a kindergarten at Dorsa. Our kids are, kindergartners being utilizing their Chromebooks well and taking care of Chromebooks. Let's see here. And then a Renaissance at Matson. STEM in action? Our 7th graders were doing a dissection lab, and 7th graders doing dissection. Usually that's goes to show how dated I am a bit there, but I didn't see that until the 8th grade at Pala. But they're dissecting in the 7th grade, although I will say the superintendent enjoyed that demonstration a bit more than I did, because dissection was never my thing. But we're seeing got to visit our special education kids at Chavez, and to see our makerspace in action at San Antonio. So many great things in our district, and I thank all our families for their continued trust and faith in Alum Rock schools. I got to meet the parents at Parent University on October 29th at Shepherd. It was always a wonderful feeling to see our parents together again, but also to show what we're able to do for our parents and our children outside of the classroom as well. And then lastly, I thought he was there at Hubbard, but it turns out he was at Cassell. I want to congratulate Milton Hernandez on being Santa Clara County Teacher of the Year. I will say, Alum Rock teachers are not only the finest teachers in San Jose, we're the finest teachers in all of Santa Clara County. So I thank him for all he has done for our kids, what he will be continuing to be doing for our kids. And, he showed all of Silicon Valley what we're made of. And then, if I may ask Dr. Bauer, does this mean that Mr. Hernandez will be going to the Teacher of the Year at the state level competition?
No, he was the Teacher of the Year for Alum Rock.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. But still, congratulations to him on such a distinction. So with that, thank you so much. And Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Further comments from members of the board?
I have a question. that the same Mr. Hernandez, whose father was also a teacher in the Vista in Alamo years ago?
I really don't know. So if it's before 2000, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Father did the same.
Okay.
All right, so I'll go ahead and close off my comments. Very, very grateful to the Alum Rock community for the trust and confidence they placed in us and supporting our measure to raise revenue to repair our facilities and also to embark on a program of providing housing and for our faculty and staff. The world changes. The needs are different than they were years ago. And this district needs to change with those changes that we're facing in order to continue to survive and to be able to provide a quality and dignified education to our students. And so I'm very, very grateful to the voters of Alum Rock that saw and recognized that need and provided for the opportunity for us to go ahead and meet the needs that we're facing. So we can attract the best the most qualified teachers. We can be competitive, bringing on staff. And so very grateful for that. In the same vein, my colleagues, I am very, very grateful to our veterans who have served and who have stepped up when in the benefit of our country. And so thank you to all who have done that, especially the overrepresentation of working class folks from where the military picks up the majority of its numbers. And so thank you to all those who have stepped up in the service of our country. I also want to recognize those who unfortunately have fallen victim. And I think it's also patriotic to seek redress. Victims like Vanessa Guillen, who was a victim, was murdered while in the military. And so while we recognize our veterans, we also should demand that they have safe working conditions so they can continue on serving our country in a safe manner without having to be subject to murder while they're in their own facilities, even after there's been complaints, concerns expressed. And so with that, I don't take away anything from our veterans. I just demand that our government provide safer working conditions for our veterans. All right, moving on to item 4.01, the approval of resolution number 20-20/23, National Unhoused Youth Awareness Month.
Motion.
There's a motion by
Second.
Board Member Chavez, second by Board Clerk Herrera Loera. Is there any comments from members of the public with regard to this item?
Board President, there are no more, there's no request for public comment.
If there's no further comments from members of the board, I'll go ahead and call the vote as I see you. Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Vice President Pham,
Aye.
Board Clerk Herrera Loera,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, motion passed unanimously. All right, item 4.02, discussion and consideration to approve resolution number 22-2223, authorizing remote virtual teleconferencing meetings. Do I have a motion on that item? Motion by Board Member Chavez,
Second.
second by Board Vice President Pham. Is there any comments from members of the public?
Board President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, if there's no further comments from members of the board, I'll go ahead and call you as I see you. Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Vice President Pham,
Aye.
Board Clerk Herrera Loera,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano.
Aye.
With myself, voting aye, motion passed unanimously.
I have a question about that one though,
Yeah,
because the actual motion and the item is to approve the authorization of remote teleconferencing. And I know last time there was a provision made in the motion to force, I don't remember if that was for that specific motion or for all of these items for this particular item going forward. You know, am I making myself clear? Remember how we had there was an exception to the motion last time? And I just want to make sure that it's included in this, that we all just voted aye on.
I
Well,
think what you're referring to is the language within the resolution already has provisions that meet everybody's needs here on the board.
I mean, so this actual item authorizes the remote teleconferencing, but I just want to make sure that we're on the same page of what
yeah,
was voted on,
Mr.
because I know there was like a little addendum or something to the motion last time. so.
Yeah, Mr. President, if I may, well, that, yes, you're correct. Actually, 2 meetings ago, the provision for the board to meet again in the boardroom, the resolution has been updated. So if you look on page 3 under, was it part number 5, is, number 5, it says the board and superintendent and any necessary staff shall meet in person in the district's boardroom. So that
Okay.
amendment has been incorporated into.
Okay, so then we didn't need
resolution
to
going forward.
redo
Yes.
anything. Okay.
No.
I just wanted to make sure that was
All right,
clear.
so we already went ahead and called for the vote. Yes, for the question after the fact, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, just want to make sure we're on the same page. All right, moving on to item 4.03. This is.
I think we haven't voted yet, so I made the second.
we did vote for it.
No, we
I don't
haven't
think we
voted
voted.
yet.
We haven't.
You sure?
Maribel, have we voted?
Well, was there a vote? Because I remember
Yes.
calling everybody, yeah,
Yeah, there was a roll call vote.
we voted, but
Yeah.
she asked.
I asked after
she asked
the
for
vote.
clarification after the vote.
Yes,
So that's why it threw
Oh.
everybody on.
So you
All right.
I'm just trying to keep everyone on their toes tonight.
Item 4.03, is there any public comment on this item? I know it's for this information only, just want to find out if anybody wants to speak on it.
There are, Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, all right, solar energy and facility master plan is for information only. I'm assuming this is gonna be a executive presentation, that's
Yes.
gonna be fairly quick. All right, the floor is yours, Mr. Cheng.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Bauer. Tonight, we'll be giving you a quick update regarding the solar energy and the facility master plan. So I would like to invite Mr. Russell Driver from ARC and Ms. Andrea Pippin from LPA, who's going to be providing a brief summary of where we're at with those projects. Mr. Mello, if you can promote Mr. Russell Driver and Ms. Andrea Pippin to the panels.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
No, yeah.
Hello.
Okay, Mr. Driver, Ms. Pippin, we're ready whenever you are. Thank you.
Andrea, shall I go first?
Sure.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. I'm Russell Driver, principal with ARC Alternatives, and I'm going to go through very quickly what we're working on relative to the energy component of the work. We are in the midst of doing an analysis of all the district's energy bills and benchmarking all the facilities. We're going to have a benchmarking report that details energy use intensities and other kinds of metrics for district staff review next week. Our plan then calls for us to do some additional audit work, sort of starting in November, December, with a focus on solar. We expect to be on site mid-December, I would say, to supplement work we're going to do remotely to help identify areas where solar systems can be installed across all of your campuses in the district. We've had some very productive coordination meetings with the LPA folks, and we're sort of feathering in the work we're going to do on the energy efficiency component of the program with the work they already have underway to do facilities conditions audits, just so that we're not duplicating any effort there. The last thing I wanted to mention in terms of our update is that the California Public Utilities Commission this morning released their draft decision around the transition of net energy metering from 2.0 to 3.0, which I know is something we've talked about before and has gotten a fair amount of press. The net of that, if you recall, is that we want to work as hard as we can to make sure that if the district is going to do solar, that they do it under the current set of rules and not the proposed set of rules. The way the timeline looks right now, that means that we have until about mid-April to submit interconnection applications for any systems that the district would want to actually install. And the best way to do that is to partner with a solar vendor in order to do that. So I mention all of that because we spent some time this week putting together a schedule for our work, and I believe we're going to need to accelerate that. So I'm going to be sitting down with your staff and the LPA folks next week to talk a little bit about how we can make all that go faster and make sure that you don't have any risk of falling into the new net energy metering program as that sort of grandfathering window closes on or around mid-April. So that's probably the biggest news, and it's hot off the presses, so we haven't had time to really adjust the way we were thinking about the project. But the net of it is that we really do need to move as fast as possible on the solar piece of the program to make sure you have the option of going solar in 2023. So that's all I have in terms of updates. I don't know if you want to ask questions now, or maybe Andrea can do her update, and we'll do Q&A.
Ms. Pippin, if you would kindly, give the board an update. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening, Superintendent Bauer, Board President Quintero, and other members of the school board. I am Andrea Pippin. I am with LPA Design Studios, located just down the street from you all in downtown San Jose. I am an educational facilities planner, so this is right up my alley. So this facility master plan is really taking a visionary approach to every school site within the campus, looking at the district holistically, and creating a roadmap for the future of your district, looking down the road about 10 to 15 years and really creating some equitable environments for your students and ones where the students can thrive. Currently in the process, we have begun the facility condition assessments. We have reviewed and approved the pilot assessments performed by our consultant or our partnering firm, Bureau Veritas. So they have begun their site walks of all of your campuses this week. Their schedule has the sidewalk visits, their boots on the ground visits running through the beginning of January, and then we'll be getting the reports of those campuses kind of incrementally along the way. In terms of our visioning process, we have had a 2-day visioning workshop with leaders within your district, educational leaders. Those were held October 19th and 20th. The resulting report from those engagements have been shared with the participants and will be shared with our focus groups. So focus groups will be held beginning next week to kind of dig into some, take a deeper dive into specific topic areas and themes identified during that visioning workshop. These focus group meetings will include 3 different sessions with your students occurring in person at Ryan STEAM Academy, Ocala STEAM Academy, and Hubbard Media Arts Academy. So we're very much looking forward to learning the students' reaction to building their dream school and seeing what ideas they bring to the table for the future of education within Alum Rock. Also beginning next week is the Facilities Master Plan Committee. This is kicking off the broader outreach efforts, as this committee includes personnel from the district, members of your school communities, teachers, staff, etc., and also the community at large. So this is really this Nexus core group who we will carry along with us throughout this master planning effort. All of your community members who express ideas throughout this process really author it. So hopefully this long-term master plan will reflect your community's vision will really be authored by them. We're just the facilitators in the process. Speaking of which, one of these next steps, an activity that we'll be doing with the Facility Master Plan Committee will be to review a draft of surveys that will be distributed to your community, parents, teachers, other community members, as well as a separate survey that will be distributed to students. So trying to gather up as many voices as we can throughout the process. The survey, just by the way, will be available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. So again, trying to cast as wide a net as we can throughout the process. That is my update. And of course, we'll be working very closely with ARC to roll in the Energy Master Plan.
All right, we have a question from board member Bejarano.
Yes, thank you, Board President. So first of all, I know I just said this before, but every time we have an update about our, our solar energy program, it's just, I get so excited just to hear the wheels in motion and hear like the specific action that's happening towards possible implementation here. So, it seems like, it was several years ago, so long ago when I first started having some discussions with people down at the CSBA conference in Southern California, brought the idea back. I'm thankful and grateful to Board President Quintero to partner with me and present to our community of the ideas we had. Then the majority of our board to graciously come along and partner and support the idea with the knowledge that there's great potential for significant benefit to the district over the long term. And that's really, just what keeps me so excited and proud of the work that I and everyone on this board, the majority of this board has been able to accomplish. I feel like it's unfortunate that we've had to delay this long because we could have been further down the road towards these potential benefits, but such is the work of a school board. So thank you for that update. I did have just a couple of just very brief questions. One of them, I guess, is for Mr. Driver. If you could just briefly, I don't actually have a record or memory of the difference between the new and the old program. So if you could just briefly explain that the reason why it's in our best interest to move this along. What is the difference between those two programs? And then I have a few other questions.
Sure. And I'll try to explain it in English. It's a little jargony and complicated, even for me, and I've been doing this for 15 years. What this is all about is something called net energy metering, and that is really the policy at the heart of how solar generates bill savings for everyone in California who would do a solar system on site, like being contemplated here. And essentially what it does is it allows you to sort of export excess solar generation back out onto the grid and get a credit for it from your utility. And what this proceeding does is it changes the current set of rules around how that works to make that exported energy worth a lot less. And so the net effect is, after these changes go into effect, that the same solar system at the same site is going to generate far lower savings under the new program than under the current program. And so it's really important for us to work with you and your staff to get, not to get the systems built, but to get far enough along with the utilities that we get you your place in line under the current program, so that we're really maximizing those financial savings from doing a project.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that does actually ring a bell and refresh my memory on some of that discussion. So thank you for that. My next question is a super brief one for Ms. Pippin, and I don't know, maybe it's for administration here. Will board members be receiving some kind of update or report or whatever about those visioning sessions that are occurring with regards to the long-term vision, I guess, of the district?
I believe we can make that report available to you all. I'll defer to Superintendent Bauer.
We will.
Okay.
We just had the very first one, and it's fresh off the press right now. So
Okay.
there's going to be multiple ones. So my recommendation is to have at least a few so that you can see kind of the flow of thoughts from the different focus groups.
Okay,
If that's okay.
thank you. And then my last question is, I don't know which one, Ms. Pippin or Mr. Driver to direct it towards, but I know that, when I initially brought this, one of the questions that a lot of people had, myself included, as I learned about the whole process, and things may have changed since then, but what I was really trying to work towards with everybody was figuring out the financing of something like this. And I learned, one of the things that I learned at that time, based on our situation at that time, was the PPA, I believe that's what it was, plan purchase agreement, something.
Power, yeah.
Purchase agreement.
Yeah.
That's how long ago it was. But so I know there was that. I know there was possibilities of bonds. I know there was grants. There was all these different options. And so, you know, because of the delay that we had to do for various reasons, I don't know that we ever really settled on that. And like I said, the environment may have changed since then. So I'm wondering where in this process that seems very well, you know, moving along at this point, has that occur? Will it occur? Like where does it go? Because we, as a district, I think we're in a much better position now. I mean, and I think it's different than what it was when I bought this several years ago, but I'm curious as to the financing aspect of this.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that is in our scope to help you all figure out what's the most advantageous way to go. What I can say is most school districts, at least in the recent past, have been tending to use power purchase agreements instead of debt financing for these systems. And it has as much to do with the cash flow as debt limits and you know, sort of the priority at most of my school clients for those capital funds. And one thing to think about is at least specific to solar, power purchase agreements are so common and so straightforward that it's sort of an easy way to finance a solar system. And those kind of mechanisms don't necessarily exist even for other energy projects. If you're talking about HVAC and lighting and other energy efficiency improvements. So at some point for a lot of our clients, it sort of becomes a trade-off about what to do with the debt capacity you have and how to prioritize that as much as it does the cash flow. But to come back around to my initial answer, we will provide two views of the project, one with each type of financing for staff and everyone to look at in making that choice.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, just one final question that you may or may not be able to answer, but in your experience, in a very general, high-level sense, has it been, to your experience, that for districts maybe similar to ours, that financially it is advantageous to move forward with projects like these? And or are there, you know, any significant amount of times when it just doesn't make sense? Like what, very general, I know we don't have all the details and specifics yet, but does it generally make sense to move forward with these kinds of projects financially?
Yeah, generally speaking, it does. And that's sort of our big task at the front end, is to make sure that we define a project and position it such that it does deliver those energy savings and those financial savings. And if it does not, that we're in a position to have sort of a fact-based conversation with all of you about why and what options there might be moving forward. The only time I've ever really seen districts get in trouble with these kinds of projects, frankly, is if they go into them without that kind of analysis, maybe working directly with a vendor and they end up with a project that is priced too high. And so that's exactly what we're going to be watching out for, and to make sure that you know, you don't get put in a position where 5 or 8 years down the road, it's not a good situation financially for the district. That's exactly the tests that we're going to be applying.
Perfect. Well, thank you both very much. And I'm continue to be excited about the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. a very thorough question. Thanks for asking everything I was thinking about. Board Member Chavez.
I have a few questions. Miss Andrea, I think you mentioned that there would be the time of in mid-April. So does the Facilities Master Plan Committee know that there's kind of like a drop dead date?
So the Facility Master Plan Committee begins next week, and they will be carrying, this process with us. We'll let them know of all of the kind of immediate or impending decision points. And so we'll roll in ARC's timelines as best we can.
So how long does the process usually go for? And is there time that you need to submit it? Like you said, mid-April, does that mean that, let's say, using the date, April 15th, is that like the last day you could submit it? And another question after that one is that sometimes the state will match dollar for dollar when you're doing repairs or renewals on stuff. Is there also that possibility?
Yeah, if I could jump in and clarify that a bit, that date was something I was referring to in terms of the solar systems only, right? So that doesn't impact your larger facilities master plan, except to the extent that we're going to try in that window to identify which schools are the best candidates to do solar. And so that date in mid-December will be locked down sort of by regulation and statute, and it is inflexible. So we will have to, it is going to be a lot of partnering between the two efforts and work with staff and the LPA team to make sure that we get all that stuff worked out in a way that makes sense to everybody. But it is really just the solar component we're talking about.
Okay, so
for that deadline.
Grandfathered in should we decide to add the additional ones, correct?
I missed the beginning of that question. I'm sorry.
Ones won't be grandfathered in should we miss that deadline?
That's right. And so then the question will become, if you miss grandfathering on any of these sites for solar, will solar make sense at all under the new set of rules? And that's a little unknown. My gut instinct based on reading the decision today is for many sites, particularly smaller ones, solar would result in a financial loss.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
All right,
Mr.
Board Vice President Fong.
Yes, I was a former legislative aide, so I think question to Mr. Driver, I don't, wouldn't there be a possibility for a district to apply for Proposition 39 grants? So that way we wouldn't, we could save money on the installation through that grant funding, we would avoid, wouldn't there be a possibility of avoiding potential losses for smaller school sites?
My understanding is Prop 39 program has closed out, and there certainly may be other monies available through the bipartisan infrastructure bill that was passed in 2021 and perhaps other sources. And that is a good mitigation if we can find those things. I mean, if you have grant monies or other monies that are low cost enough, it certainly could offset the loss in savings and make those sites viable. So I think that's a very interesting path to go down, but we would all have to identify those kinds of opportunities for additional funding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Board Clerk Herrera.
Thank you so much. It sounds like you are all going to be really busy in the next month or two. So thank you. And I want to just publicly thank Trustee Bejarano for really spearheading this and bringing this to our board. And here we are now. I think I just got excited when I heard Mr. Driver say that we can be going solar in 2023. Because, before the date just seemed so far. And so just to hear those words, really just got me even more excited. And so I just want to clarify, is that true? Like we can actually be going solar sometime in 2023?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, a really good question. There's a lot still to be determined, but given the timelines now for having those interconnection applications in to secure the NEM, it does mean that we have to be pretty far along, if not have a solar vendor on board. And certainly you could see construction start by the end of the calendar year. The qualification I would provide to that kind of timeline is we haven't yet done the work at the district to determine if any of the sites could be built while school's in session. I mean, sometimes that's possible depending on where the solar systems are going. Sometimes you have to do all the work in the summer. So it would be somewhere between towards the end of 2023 and the summer of 2024, depending on that answer. But in rough terms, if this is going to happen for the district, this is our window to work all that stuff out and get going on it.
Thank you so much. That's exciting.
That's one last question then.
Board member, Board Vice President Fong.
I do want to, thank Trustee Bejarano's farsightedness, with this development, especially with inflation coming. This is a golden opportunity to save on energy costs, but at the same time, hopefully even recoup some of those energy costs and be able to reinvest it in our children. And so I want to give my thanks and appreciation to my fellow trustee for, I know that he started this ball rolling before I was appointed to the board. So your farsightedness is paying dividends for Alum Rock. So I want to express my appreciation and my thanks for that.
Thank you.
All right, I also want to thank Board Member Bejarano for bringing this forward. And aside from expressing appreciation, I also want to acknowledge that it took courage because there were political attacks, politically motivated attacks, unbased attacks that led to the delays. And I get it. We're having a good time. We're talking about good stuff, but it's important to learn from what happened in the past. That these savings, sorry about that. I'm getting a little passionate here. These savings could have been realized already had it not been for political attacks that were for some personal agenda of certain individuals who wanted to delay this. It came on, they yelled and screamed, "Don't do this until December," because they wanted to delay any action on a solar project because of elections that were taking place. And so I guess I don't want to, rain on any or bring down our spirits. But the fact is that we need to acknowledge that. Thank you for the hard work that you did. And had we kept on moving forward, or had we been able to move forward a little sooner, the savings would have already been realized. We'd be well on our way to producing more energy than we take in and realize those savings. So thank you for the hard work, and thank you for having the courage to keep it going even under the face of vicious attacks out in public and at the board meetings. So thank you for that. All right.
I just want to really quickly say this is a team effort. I appreciate those words, but I mean, including Dr. Bauer and even staff that's not here anymore that moved on to other things, really been a team effort. And your main point, I think, is well taken, that this board or any board, as we experience all the things we experience, we should use those as lessons moving forward to, become even more efficient in our decision making to the benefit of the district. So I really appreciate that thought. Thank you, everyone.
All right, moving on to item 4.04, a waive second reading requirement and approve amended board policy 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Board Vice President Pham, second by Board Member Herrera. All right.
I know we said at the same time, Chavez.
All right. Is there any comments from members of the public with regard to this item 5.04?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. All right, move on to item 5.
Do we
5.01. What's that?
Comments from the board on
Comments
item
and-
4.04?
Oh, yes,
President?
sorry about that. I'll go ahead and take comments.
We
Uh,
didn't vote on it.
Yeah, we haven't even voted on it
yeah,
yet.
yeah. So I'll take, you know,
Board Vice President Fong.
this is a health and safety issue. We all know the deadly effects of fentanyl and opioid abuse, and it goes without saying, Overfelt High School's Principal Chiala had his face-to-face experience with this. His quick thinking saved a child's life. Seconds count when something like that happens. And so we need to, we need to be able to take quick action when needed. And so it is for these reasons that I urge my colleagues to vote yes on item 4.04.
Board Clerk Arroyo.
Thank you. And so fentanyl, I think all of us on the board here probably knows, but I just want to highlight that if you don't know about fentanyl, please make yourselves aware, speaking to the public, especially parents who might not maybe be familiar with fentanyl and its presence in our county. Please make yourself aware. Thank you, Dr. Bauer and staff, for bringing this forward and ensuring that our staff get trained to use this. I know I had a question during our one-on-one and Dr. Bauer answered, because when I was reading that the physician has to authorize an administration, and that's just one line of the many. I wanted to make sure that that was clear. And my question was, what happens when the physician has not authorized? But Dr. Bauer made it clear that our staff, once trained, are able to administer this. So thank you, Dr. Bauer, for ensuring that all of our staff are trained if we ever need to use it. So thank you.
Dr. Bauer.
I just want to thank Amy Rodriguez, one of our district nurses, and the Student Services Department for helping us edit the board policy. It seems it was a true team effort. And I also want to really thank the staff in Renaissance at Matson who really pushed for this, and Ms. Finnan for sharing with me one of the teachers. And I apologize because I can't remember the teacher name, but Ms. Finnan, I see you in the audience, and please tell your staff, thank you so much for caring about our kids. So much that you guys brought it to my attention, and we immediately reacted to that. And Amy, thank you so very much for all the hard work that you put into editing the board policy.
Further comments from members of the board? All right, it's definitely a new, not new, I'm just saying, part of having to adapt to the district to say change your circumstances is essential. And when you start hearing your kids talking about this, that it's just become part of the environment that they're facing. It's important that our policies reflect what's going on the ground so that our staff is prepared to face these very difficult situations. So with that said, I'll go ahead and I'll call you as I see you. Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Vice President Fong.
Aye.
Board Clerk Arroyo.
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, the motion passed unanimously. All right, moving on to item 5.01 through item 5.10. These are all items related to projects that are out of the bond program that are allowing us to update our facilities and ensure that our children are able to play on pavement that is even and that leads to fun and to not other circumstances. So I'll go ahead and call these one by one. Do you have a motion on item 5.01?
Second.
Motion by Board Member Chavez, second by Board Vice President Pham. Do I have public comment on this item?
There are no requests for public comments at this time, Mr. President.
All right, if there's no further comments from members of
I'll
the
just
board.
make one, and this will because of similarness,
Board Vice President Pham?
Yes, thank you. This is a step in the right direction for our district, our ability to start the process of providing updated facilities for our children. I know by touring every school in the district, I mean, this is a, you know, we need, safe asphalt, safe fields so that our kids get, have the ability to have the outdoor recreation they need, and also to, replace, keep our children safe, keep our children shaded. So, on that note, I hope my colleagues will join me in approving this item and the following items. Thank you.
All right, further comments from members of the board, board member Bejarano.
Yeah, I also just have a comment that'll go for all of these items, and I do actually have a separate question on 5.07, but the one thing as I reflect back, over the past 4 years, that I want to appreciate all of the staff here in the district that works on all of these kinds of things, because if we think about where we were 4 years ago, we really have taken a very methodical approach to get to this point, to be able to get to some of this work done. And it's been, there's been 1,000,001 distractions and things, offshoots of all the work that's had to be done. But at the same time, we've taken the little steps month by month that has gotten us to this point. And I appreciate that the district staff has had been able to keep the focus and the foresight to, again, methodically move towards this approach, such that now it's just really, it's kind of like a formality. Like, it just makes sense to do these things now. So I want to provide that recognition for our staff in support of these items.
All right, further comments from members of the board? Seeing none, then I'll go ahead and call for a vote as I see you. Board member Chavez, board vice president Pam.
Aye.
Board clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, motion passed unanimously. All right, 5.02.
Motion.
Got a motion for 5.02. Second by board vice president Pam. Comments from members of the public.
Mr. President, there are no requests for comments at this time.
All right. There's no further comments from members of the board. I'll call you as I see you. Board member Chavez.
Aye.
Board vice president Pam.
Aye.
Board clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, motion passed unanimously. Item 5.03,
Motion.
there's a motion by board member Chavez. Board, second by board vice president Pam. Is there any comments from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, if there's no further comments from members of the board, I'll go ahead and call you as I see you. Board member Chavez.
Aye.
Board vice president Pam.
Aye.
Board clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, motion passed unanimously. Item 5.04.
Motion.
There's a motion by board member Arreola, board clerk Arreola,
Second.
second by board member Chavez. All right, any comments from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
If there's no further comments from members of the board, I'll go ahead and call you. I'll call you as I see you. Board member Chavez.
Aye.
Board vice president Pam.
Aye.
Board clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, motion passed unanimously. Item 5.05.
Motion.
Second.
The motion by board clerk Arreola, second by board member Chavez for paving at Russo. Is there any public comment?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right. If there's no further comments from members of the board, I'll call you the CU board member Chavez.
Aye.
Board vice president Pam.
Aye.
Board clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, motion passed unanimously. We have a motion for item 5.06.
Motion.
Board member. Yeah, board member Chavez got you on that one. I'll take you as a second. Second by
Second.
board member Bejarano. Is there any public comment on this item?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right. I'll go ahead and call you the CU board member Chavez.
Aye.
Board vice president Pam.
Aye.
Board clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board member Bejarano.
Aye.
Motion with myself, voting aye, motion passes unanimously. Item 5.07.
Motion.
There's a motion by board member Chavez.
I'll second.
Second by board vice president Pam. There's comments from board member Serrano?
Mr. President, there are no requests for comment at this time.
All right.
Okay.
No
Take care of
public
that
comment?
piece. Okay. Yeah, I did have one question on this particular item. For most of the other ones where there was a few that was, I believe, they needed an extension. I think it's the items coming up. Needed an extension. It was clear to me that for those, you know, some new thing was found during the process that required us to do additional work, and that made sense, you know, whether it was an ADA requirement or whatever it might have been. But on this particular item, I didn't quite see what it was. That I know Dr. Bauer did explain to me that for the middle schools, part of it was with regards to the lockers that we're installing in Joseph George and Shepherd. So I got that piece, but I saw that San Antonio, Adelante One, and Cesar Chavez were also on the letter that was part of the materials. And so I was just wondering either what was the delay in those that required an extension, or if those are just on this because they're part of the list of this particular project, how it's structured.
Mr. Chang is ready to respond.
Mr. Chang.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for that question. And just to clarify, these extensions are related to some additional work that had to be done, either on the previous list or new ones. So for example, Cesar Chavez is a new project that was added back in October. And then for for George and Adelante One, we had to go in and do a phase 2 of the asphalt work to finish some components of it, to be able to finish the whole campus itself. And then the other aspects of the work, and you mentioned this, Trustee Bejarano, is the whole ADA, and that's probably the most annoying aspects of it, just because that was a result of some of these projects that just got done, and through those projects we had to have DSA review it, which in turn required us to do some additional work in order for us to be able to certify previous projects that was done many years ago. Some of these projects dates back to 1990, and so it's significant because we need to clear out and certify those projects before we can move forward with additional projects in the future.
All right, Dr. Bauer.
Thank you for that clarification.
Oh, you got further comments?
Oh, no, I was just thanking him for the clarification.
And thank you, Colbera, for refreshing my mind. Your superintendent added to the list. Because when we visit, yeah, look at him, he's chuckling right there. But I confess, and then I apologize, Trustee Bejarano, because I didn't remember, you know, as I'm getting older, there are some things that I forget. And so it came back when Colbera says, you know, if we added this, when we visited the first batch, and this is not the lockers, because the lockers is one, right?
Mhm.
But when we visited, Colbera and I did our rounds to check on the projects. We saw that there were some things, it's sort of like when you fix one thing and then the other thing looks kind of yucky, right? Because it's the new and the old. That happened at George. We paved one side of it first and it looked really good, but the majority, like the quad, was not addressed. So that's one.
Mhm.
And then the other one was at Chavez, where, you know, we have our youngest, our littlest, right? And we did a little bit of fixed work and then I just couldn't see ourselves not addressing the other part. So that's what happened there. Trustee Bejarano. And then, so thank you for being very patient, Colbera. Colbera and Terry Mathers from Cummings are very patient with me. Every week they ask me, anything else? Anything else? But I wanted to share with you that this is because we really care and we want to provide the best for our kids. Number one, safety. The other piece around the closing of the projects, this is just reminding you guys, when we brought a specific contract for a company to help us close the project, we had close to 95 projects that had never been closed. So a lot of the issues, you know, although I don't live in the past, I live in the present and the future. that's just a reminder of the massive amount of things that we together as a governance team needed to clean up. We have amazing program manager and an amazing partner in the contractor that is helping us clean up and close some of these projects. And so today, with the new projects that are being done, you are now seeing that that the program managers are saying, we finish and this, and that's the way it needs to be. So Alum Rock community, this is what you need to be expecting every time we have a bond program. You need to see almost every month, perhaps not every month, but every other month, a list of things that are completed. That's the way this should be. Thank you so much for allowing me to say that.
All right,
I don't think we voted yet.
Maribel, can you remind us if there was a vote?
We didn't vote.
No, there was no.
All
vote.
right, I'll call you as a CU board member, Chavez.
I just want to make a comment. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to see that going forward, that there's going to be in writing DSA closeout, and my vote is aye.
All right, Board Vice President Pam,
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola,
Aye.
Board Member Jarano,
Aye.
with myself, 49, motion passed unanimously. All right, item 5.08,
Motion,
and there's a
Second.
motion by Board Member Chavez, second by Board Vice President Pam. Is there any public comment?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
There's no further comments from members of the board. I'll go ahead and call you the CU Board Member
Aye.
Chavez, Board Vice President
Aye.
Pam, Board Clerk Arreola,
Aye.
Board Member Jarano.
Aye.
Myself, 49, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 5.10.
You mean
Oh,
09?
nine.
09,
Motion to approve?
second.
Oh, yeah, sorry. There's a motion by Board Clerk Arreola, second by Board Member Chavez. Is there any comments from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
There's no further comments from members of the board. I'll go ahead and call you the CU Board Member
Aye.
Chavez, Board Vice President Pam,
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano,
Aye.
myself, 49, motion passed unanimously. All right, item 5.10, do I have a motion on this item?
Motion.
So motion by Board Vice President Pam, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Clerk Arreola. Wait, is there any comments from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Seeing none, then I'll go, is there further comments from members of the board? Seeing none, I'll call you the CU Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Vice President Pam,
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano,
Aye.
myself, 49, motion passed unanimously. Item 6.01, do I have a
Motion.
motion on that item? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Clerk Arreola. Is there comments from members of the board, from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Further comments from members of the board?
Just a question on this. So I'm reading through the criteria, So I know, I get it that, but prior to reclassification, the student must meet all four criteria here. So it looks like, I guess, correct me, the LPAC, I believe, is that's the determining examination. Am I correct, Dr. Bauer?
That's the English language learner test, yeah.
Okay. So a passing score, so, just a passing score on the LPAC would be meeting the first criteria, okay. Okay.
That there are multiple
Yes,
criteria.
I understand. So it's like, it's just not one, the assessment is just one part of the evaluation. It's not, and the test should not be, it's a diagnostic. It should not be the whole enchilada.
No, but this is a
Yeah.
very rigorous
Uh-huh.
battery of,
Mhm.
assessments that
Okay.
our students
Of
need
course.
to pass.
Yes, I see it, and that's fine. Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer.
All right, no further comment, or Board Member Chavez?
Ready for my eye.
All right, I'll go ahead and call you the seat. Board Member Chavez,
Prepared.
Board Vice President Fam,
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano,
Aye.
myself, 49, motion passed unanimously. 6.02, do I have a motion on side? Motion by Board Member Chavez, for second, second by Board Vice President Pham. Is there any comments from the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, see no comments from the public. I'll go back to
Just
the
one
board. Board Vice President Pham.
I wish all of the kids a fun time on all their respective field trips.
All right, you said it for all of us. Okay, if there's no further comments from members of the board, I'll go ahead and call you. I see you, Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Vice President Pham,
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano.
Aye.
With myself, 49, motion passes unanimously. 7.01 is for information only. Is there any comments from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay. All right, moving on to item 8.01. Do I have a motion on this item?
Second.
There's a motion by Board Member Chavez, second by Board Vice President Pham. Any comments from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, seeing no comments from the public, go back to the board. Any comments from members of the board? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call you. I see you, Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Vice President Pham.
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, 49, motion passed unanimously. Item 8.02.
Motion.
Motion
Second.
by Board Member Chavez, second by Board Vice President Pham. Any comments from members of the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, I'll go back to the board. Any comments from members of the board?
This is 8:02, right?
Yeah.
8:02, yeah.
Okay, no.
All right, see no comments from members of the board, no further comments from members of the board. I'll call you as I see you, Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Vice President Pham.
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano.
Aye.
Myself, 49, motion passed unanimously. Item 8.03.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Board Clerk Arreola, second by Board Member Chavez. All right, is there a comment from the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, any further comments from members of the board?
8:03, right?
Yeah, 8:03.
Okay. We're flying through these so quickly. I'm
Yeah, you
having
gotta
a hard
keep up,
time
you gotta
keeping
keep
up. Yeah. So on this one, I mean, I'm 99.999% sure, but I'm just asking this question, just for transparency and to make sure that we have this on record so that we avoid any potential future issues. So the process of us moving, towards this new vendor to do our storage and disposal of documents and kind of shifting systems in some sense, it seems like, we are sure and we verified that the vendor that we're gonna have do this work for us, that all the processes and systems that they will be using they meet the standards or the expectations of whatever document storage and disposal processes are set. So basically, the way that we're moving forward, if we approve this, meets all the requirements, standards, and expectations for document storage and disposal.
Dr. Ms. Chang, the floor is yours.
Yes, it does. And just to verify that, I would like to invite Mr. Brett Luttrell, who's more of an expertise in terms of the systems itself. So Mr. Luttrell, can you give us your opinion on this matter?
Yeah, so we have gone through and as a standard when we put out the RFP, made sure that all of these vendors, that we put that actually responded to the RFP had the appropriate certifications and everything for disposal of the documents, as well as verifying that when the documents are in fact scanned, that they're actually in there. So we're not losing any information. So we have gone through all of that. In fact, it's been a year that we've been working on it. So we've been very thorough in that aspect.
Perfect. Well, thank you for the good work and thank you for that confirmation.
You're welcome.
Yeah, further comments from members of the board? Yeah, as part of our process to go through, did we, I'm sure that it's in there. But was there a question about any sort of like previous litigation or investigations? With these firms?
And no, they have to vet that through our purchasing department.
Oh, okay,
That's
so,
part of the
so
packet.
after they brought on, then they'll be,
No,
vet?
no, before.
Okay.
Before they are brought to you, the three firms fill the RFP. So all of the, all of
there's a
the.
question on there, have you been
There's a question,
investigated?
yes.
Okay, the only reason I ask is because the county fell victim to an unscrupulous vendor that went ahead and built Santa Clara County as well as a bunch of other California counties. And they wound up being on the hook for like a multi-million-dollar settlement because they were basically robbing all these public agencies. So I'm sure that that's something that was
It
looked
is
at.
part of that.
Make sure they weren't, they haven't been had dealt with by the federal
Correct.
for fraud, okay. All right, yeah, I'm just saying that, I saw Hayward there, I was like, no, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding.
It's not my compadre.
No, it's a joke about the
No.
haystack.
And can I just add to that?
Yeah.
Just to make sure, Dr. Bauer, I know you said it's a part of the packet, so they mark it and our staff verify.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I trust that you all do, and I'm sure you all do. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
All right, yeah, I'm sure they're giving us a good deal, I saw the price difference, like, all right. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and call you as I see you. Board Member Chavez. Board Vice President Fong.
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola.
Aye.
Board Member Banano.
Aye.
Myself, voting aye, the motion passed unanimously. All right, moving on to consent. Is there anybody wishing to pull an item off consent? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adopt the consent calendar as presented?
Motion to approve. the
There's a
consent.
motion by Board Clerk Arreola.
So wait a minute, just to clarify, is the motion to approve the entire balance of the calendar?
Well, the
Correct.
entire consent calendar.
Oh,
Entire
very
consent.
good, good.
901 through 910.
Okay, so motion by Board Clerk Arreola, second by Board Member Chavez. Any comments from the public?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, seeing none, then I'll go ahead and I'll call you to see Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Vice President.
Aye.
Board Clerk Arreola,
Aye.
Board Member Bejarano,
Aye.
myself, 49, motion passes unanimously. All right. Moving on to item 10, will we go ahead and?
Mr. President, so, once after the announcements of, could board take a 10-minute recess?
Of course, yeah, we'll, yeah, during the announcements, I'll go ahead and make that. So, we'll recess to closed session, at approximately 7:10. Is there any, Dr. Bauer, can you announce the items that will be discussed in
Sure.
closed session?
Item 1003, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation as stated on the agenda. 1004, conference with legal counsel, appeal of findings in investigation report as stated on the agenda. 1005, multiple existing litigation cases as stated on the agenda. Item 1006, public employee appointment, elementary school outdoor education coordinators. 1007, public employee appointment, child nutrition operations supervisor. 1008, public employment employment, bond program manager, and last 1009, public employee discipline dismissal release.
All right, any comments, with regard to the items that will be discussed in closed session?
Public comment, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Luis.
Sorry, Mr. President, there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, then we'll go ahead and recess the closed session at 7:10. And then we'll all meet up in the board library in approximately 10 minutes.
Thank you.
We turn on the,
Yeah,
the monitors?
Well, considering everything, it's not that bad.
correct.
And I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you both.
It has been.
We ready to go or we?
I don't see anything, so I'm not sure. ITD? Can we call ITD?
Are we on?
We on, we should,
no, we're
not.
I don't see the monitor.
Testing.
I'm always assuming we're live and direct somewhere.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chavez is coming. We're dancing.
Yeah.
Did
All
you
right.
see what he did?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
With a little dedito.
All right. We're reconvening back to open session at 10:26. Is there any action to report, Dr. Bauer?
Mr. Torrico has the reportable actions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bauer. Closed session, agenda item 10.06. The board unanimously approved the employment of Leanne Abreu and Emrick Bisbee as elementary school outdoor education coordinator. Closed session agenda item 10.07. The board unanimously approved the appointment of Tina Sanders as the Child Nutrition Services Operations Supervisor. Closed session agenda item 10.08. The board unanimously approved the employment of Keith Morales as board program manager.
Congratulations to the staff.
Congrats to all the new staff. Item 12.01 is request for future agenda items. So if there is any future agenda items, please go ahead and send them over to the superintendent. And she'll route them properly. All right, I'll go ahead and move on to item 13.01. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 10:27 PM.